Bank of England's Bailey says we see continued gradual reduction in private sector wage settlements. And Trump says Iran is decimated.
Good morning, good morning. We are opening at previous day PO's value high here on ES. Watching this area here to see if we're going to be able to hold over 390. Very important if we're going to be able to bid and push. This 390, 396 needs to go supportive.
Trump touts investments in the United States.
This is our potential look above and fail area if we can't sustain above this 390, 396. Really important that we are able to push through, or we will fail to get outside of value from yesterday and then start to rotate down through yesterday's value structure. Very similar on NQ. We've got buyers absorbing into 140, 150.
Bank of England's Bailey says surveys benign on pay but need to watch carefully.
Gotta show interest. All right, low book above. Let's see if we can hold it.
And that concludes Trump's remarks to reporters.
Let's see what we can do here, boys.
According to sources and data, oil refining in central Russia has been either halted or scaled back in recent days following Ukrainian drone attacks. US chip stocks rise with Nvidia's results due later in the day.
I'd like to see a push into 408 here, ideally. And then a move up to 415, our ETH high.
So again, seeing US chip stocks rise with Nvidia results due later in the day. Nvidia up 0.7%, Micron Technology rises 3.5%, Intel up 5.1%.
Beautiful hold so far on NQ over our 30-second opening range. Same thing with ES.
Bank of England's man says labour market softening is not broad-based.
Taking off one here on ES. I'd like to see 15.
Bank of England's man says second half inflation key to pay settlements.
Watching to see if we can find a secondary bid here at 408, 407, 75, whatever you want to call it. High or low. Yes, retesting our ETH high for our push into 220. Watching Russell for this higher low. Yes, as well. ETHI. Let's see if we can get this. Sorry, NQ, ETHI. Just really watching to see if we can get this little flag here, or if we're going to have to do a steeper retrace. We have massive buyers at 401s if we need that pullback. Big size over there. Watching as we push back into this buyer.
German bonds extend advance. 10-year yield falls 5 basis points to 3.14%. Bank of England's Bailey says today's food price inflation was surprisingly benign. And Bailey says money supply isn't flagging inflation pressure.
Really? I'm still long. Retesting our 30-second opening ranges across the board. I want to see this bid like really step in. These still just look like good flags to me, but if it shifts, it shifts. This is much bigger pullback than I'd like to have seen, but it's okay. It's just 30-second opening range retests. Let's see what they do here. Okay, well. Everything looks good on Russell, but like, what is this? Give me the bounce already. Come on.
Bailey says it's hard to put good figures on future food prices.
Filled partial on ES and on RTY here. No change. Just watching for a higher low here, ideally at this 99 on ES, but we gotta watch for NQ. It's so much weaker than Russell. NQ needs to get its shit together. Holy. It's about to bring ES down. What's up, Rome? You're up early. I don't know what the hell NQ is doing, but ES looks fine still. I'm bullish on ES as long as 96 to 390 is holding. There's nothing. There's zero reason for to be bearish on ES until that flips. But just take profit into like 404, 408 until proven otherwise. But Russell's holding incredibly well. NQ's I have no clue what it's doing. I'm very concerned about that. It feels like we need to trap liquidity on NQ before it can move. If we can start to show interest over 130 on NQ, I will think that it has a bull potential. But right now, I'm just going to continue to play ES and RTY until I have an understanding of what NQ is doing, which I do not. New 15s, 40 seconds. First PVZ zones have now opened. NQ still just balanced at our 30-second opening range, no change. ES as well. Russell, by far the most bullish on the day, holding our 30-second opening range and holding higher lows ever since. ES and NQ chopping in our 30-second opening ranges, very indecisive as of yet. Very two-sided on. We'll see what they do. Decent size being taken into 390 to 95. As long as this pivot's holding, I think we have potential to be fine on ES with if they continue to take in size down here, but it's just gonna have to get it in a minute for us to get out of these opening ranges. See which way this these participants take in. Again, as long as this like 390, 396 area is bidding, there's a lot of potential for buyers to hold this, right, for rotations up. But if we trap liquidity above here and then look below and then hold 90 as offer, then I will be a lot more bearish with these guys then being offsides. And that would give us a push down to our previous day POC from a failure here. So let's just keep an eye on this and see what we can do. I will not be looking to trade NQ until we get out of its 30-second opening range. Same thing with ES. You can try to like look for buys down here, but it's going to be choppy until we choose a direction outside of this range. Most of the times it's better to just wait for an edge test. What you'd ideally like to see from buyers on NQ with this low is this would be your risk, and you'd be watching to see if we get a higher low bid here and then can get above, because if not, I think it's kind of lost for the moment. So let's see what they can do here with the 66, and if we can get over that 130, holding that little liquidity below 66 offsides. Because if they can't, again, you're just going to chop in this range, and then we'll figure it out afterwards. Testing into it now on NQ. ES as well into our 90. trying here on this edge on NQ, but we're not getting anywhere with it. They're just taking it in. Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to do, but we'll see. Need Russell to like really get a bid. If ES we're going to reject, though, it would be right here into our 90.93.
Bank of England's Deputy Governor Breeden
So
says
you'll know
striking
really
that
quickly.
businesses tell me they are not replacing people who leave. Good for productivity, but bad for entry-level jobs.
I'm out half on NQ 1-to-1. Let's see if we can get more. Just watching this on NQ at our bottom edge. Just filled my secondary contracts on NQ. 10 left. ES rejecting and holding, following our pathing so far. Russell sideways. If you were trading the ES short, this would be your first risk off as we push into these lows into 80, 82. Secondary target would be 76 for the full move if we were going to do it. Watch Russell as we push into our 30-second opening on range and view up. See if this offer can sustain now on the flip on NQ. Really important.
Bank of England's Bailey says the ONS has achieved a lot to improve labour stats.
We're watching our wick low at 023 and then 010s. So like 23.
And Bailey says people are staying in jobs rather than moving.
This is first target for me on my flip on NQ.
Bank of England's Breeden says data is showing slack in the labour market.
This is target on ES off our flip of our pivot. Previous day POC. I have to delete this now to move charts, but that was target off our flip on POC from our PVZ flip and our big pivot. From here, we'll watch to see if we put in a lower high, maybe a re-offer into 83, and then a rotation down to 360 for continuation down on ES if it wants another leg. Just have to watch it and see what they want to do. Incredible bid. Off of our target at previous day POC. Watch our retest here on ES. RTY just at VWAP, immediate reaction across the full market. Just watch your reoffer. Nothing has changed. We gotta flip this and hold it as supportive for continuation here. For me to care. But really great move on Russell.
Seeing it from Al Hadaf, quoting sources of the event, says work is underway to finalize the text of an agreement between Washington and Tehran.
130-160 has to go supportive on NQ for me to give a single shit about this move. Or it'll just be where we absorbed last and then we just rotate down. Same thing with ES here into 96 to 400. But Russell looks good, so hopefully this is just like a look below trap, and then
seeing oil
get a really nice move above.
Get a little bit of weakness there off the back of that headline. Furthermore, Hadaf, quoting sources of the event, says the next round of negotiations will be held in Islamabad after the Hajj. Bank of England's Breeden says data point to reduced chance of pressure on pay. Seeing some further weakness in WTI crude, bit of strength in the S&P 500, weakness in the dollar. So again, just to reiterate, we did see headlines that the Pakistan army leaders may visit Iran tomorrow to announce the final version of the agreement text. The next round of negotiations will be held in Islamabad after the Hajj season. This is according to adhere, citing sources.
Okay, well, I have 2 left on Russell here.
So again, seeing some further weakness in the US dollar, further weakness in WTI crude.
1 left on Russell. Got to flip this and hold for me to care. 420 on ES. I mean, that was just one of those times where
So
it's
again,
like,
oil falls to an intraday low, WTI below $100 a barrel.
where it's just like, we know that they want to buy, and I'm not about to mess with the bullshit. Like, I'll just play our pivot on Russell. Like, I cannot be bothered to try to trade that garbage on NQ and ES. We tried 1 long on NQ, and then we tried the short, right? That worked for the small PTs. But at no point did Russell invalidate, so I'll just stay in that until it does. I just can't be bothered to deal with that. If we can flip over 420, then we go up on the day. We'll head up to like 435, 448. We'll watch to see if we can flip this, or if offer tries to hold this 415, 420. It's very important that sell side doesn't put in this lower high here and then rotate us back below. We want to see a very clear bid here.
The US dollar drops against the euro and the yen, erasing earlier gains.
Just watch our edge. We took in a decent amount of size into our pivot up there.
The S&P 500 index extend gain to 0.5%.
Man, I feel bad for anyone who didn't take profit at previous day POC on ES. Hopefully you listened on that one. That reaction was a little nuts. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I think that the short on the flip was good, but that reaction is insane. Yeah. We're holding where we need to across the board. Huge sauce. Great job, man.
So again, dollar yen down 0.07%. The euro up 0.05%. Sterling up to 0.21%.
Why? You don't know if he wants everyone to know, man. Same sauce, bro. Man, what are we gonna have to do here to get more? We really got to see this. RTY is leading up again, which is great, because if we can just get this continuation here and take this high, then maybe we get follow through on ES and Q, but very clear flip that needs to happen at 15 to 20 on ES for me to feel comfy. Good hold where we thought it would be at that 408, 403. That was good. Now let's see if we can flip this for rotations up to 35s. Russell lead.
Treasuries extend advance as WTI crude oil dips below $100 a barrel.
Just eating through this liquidity on NQ. Goes up to 255 on NQ. Off of the imbalance from yesterday, or from the supply from Monday. Wait, so what do you do now that you requested that payout in the morning? You just like can't trade that account? You have another account to trade?
So at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have US weekly EIA crude oil inventories forecast a draw 2.5 million, prior a draw 4.306 million, with a range of a draw of 1 million to a draw of 4.217 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2.159 million, prior a draw of 4.084 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.65 million, prior a build of 0.19 million, and Cushing inventories prior a draw 1.0702 million. Bank of England's Bailey says there has been a change in seasonality of growth.
If you're playing off of this 15 to 20 reoffer, this would be your first PT as we push down into 408, 403. If we flip back in, then we have more room, but you should expect buy side to try to be here to defend. So it would be a great first risk off if you're playing off of that, like I said. But next target would be just 398 if we don't hold here at 403, 408. Just watching our bid, see what we do. Market falls until Russell finds a bottom. NQ coming into our 30-second opening range now. Off of our liquidity that we have up here. Again, just stacked imbalance, sell side. Now retesting our previous day PO's value as well as our 30-second opening range. Again, this would be your first PT if you're playing off of our pivot. And we'll watch to see what we do from here. We'd ideally like to see Russell bid and hold this. Show interest here at this like 91, 92. Find a bid and then continue. If not, right, we have our previous range below to play. Good bid so far. Let's see if we can get over this lower high. You want to know how we can tell that Trump is buying and selling his own stocks and he's not using someone else to trade for him? Is that he bought a sushi company instead of an AI company because the names were similar. Oh, of course. He bought Kura Sushi. And the company he tried to buy was Fuji Kura.
So reminder, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have EIA crude oil inventories, forecasted draw 2.5 million, prior a draw 4.306 million, gasoline inventories, forecast a draw of 2.159 million, prior a draw of 4.084 million, distillate inventories, forecast a draw of 1.65 million, prior a build of 0.19 million, and Cushing inventories, prior a draw of 1.702 million.
Back into our offer here at 15 to 20. Gotta flip it for me to care. Russell, good hold. Let's see if we can do anything with it or if we're gonna put in lower highs here. Retesting our 15. Really great bounce off our NQ 30-second opening range. Just pushing it back into our supply here and POC of this current candle. Mm-hmm.
One minute remaining. I'll be leading with EIA crude oil inventories. Ten seconds. A draw of 7.863 million, a draw of 7.863 million, that's compared to the expected draw, 2.5 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.548 million, a draw of 1.548 million, that's compared to the expected draw, 2.159 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 0.372 million, a build of 0.372 million, that's compared to the expected draw of 1.65 million, and Cushing inventories, a draw of 1.604 million, a draw of 1.604 million. And we have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for those interested.
Good bid so far at 420. See if we can get some continuation here. Get up to that 35 for 15 points. That'd be sick. This is like my first day on Adderall in the morning in like 3 years. It's interesting. I don't know, man. I woke up so early this morning, so I took it at like 6 a.m. and then I like couldn't fall back asleep because I just took Adderall, right? Like, so I don't know. I was very productive this morning. But
Spot gold rises 1%.
Feel a little foggy.
US crude futures extend losses down 4.1% after EIA storage report. And Team Brent crude futures extend losses down 4.3%.
I think it's just a reaction to meds, man.
Traders no longer fully price in 2 Bank of England rate hikes in 2026.
I mean, we just had a fail on a look below, and then we got a squeeze off of it. That's basically the market today. We failed to look back inside yesterday's value and sustain it, and then trap the participants who were trying to force it, and then popped up. Russell leading on the day. As soon as NQ weakness ceased, the market started to really pick up some speed. But and it's a gap up. It's a sustain of our gap, and a look over our 30-second opening range and push. Now retesting our value edge high on both ES and NQ. Let's see if we can bid this and continue onward, or if this is going to reject. I don't really have an answer for you yet. Every time Russell finds a low, we get movement. Retesting POC here for a previous candle. Watch to see if we can continue to just trend up. Right, just look for the retest of our POC to value of our previous candle and trend. See if we get that continuation. See if there's any sort of confluence with our value edge on the daily. If there is, we'll watch to see if we find active buyers there, or if we'll flip back in. As you can see right now, we are retesting on ES and on NQ, our POC of previous candle after our squeeze. What we are trying to do is see if buyers are willing to sustain the squeeze candle, right? Or if we're going to have to retrace that candle and show that we actually have, you know, real active bids that want expansion and not just to punish, right, the liquidity that was trapped into our low. Right now we're doing a decent job. Yeah, I mean, not a ton to talk about. Holding our value edge, like I said, and holding our POC of previous candles. The buyers are still buying, right? Until that flips, it's trying. Don't know. We either bounce our current structure or we'll make new structure. We'll find out. RTY just lost momentum into yesterday's 30-second opening range, I believe. That's what this is. Let me double check. Yeah. Or no, it's Mondays where we started this downtrend. So it's a pretty big level. Because if it's going to breach our downtrend and start to show interest above, right, we'll have to start to bid above these. It's a pretty big pivot. It's just our upper distribution that we created on the from Friday, Monday, that we broke down. So I think that if we just do a fixed range on this, like so, we can actually probably create a bit of a better level here. And we'll just keep an eye on this. Once we can get over this, I'll feel way more comfortable on the day for continuation. We're just trying to get back into this upper structure right now. We tested these highs, rejected, now rotating back to our lows, watching to see if this is going to flip or if we'll be able to sustain here. But yeah, so we're just battling with the reason why we've stopped here, or I don't want to call it the reason, but a reason, is if you look on your 50-minute footprint, you have this area, right, that's marked out for you, actually. We can hide indicators. This is a supply that we had created off of a pretty extreme sell to the downside. It's what we would call a stacked imbalance. They are auto print for you when we have multiple singular direction deltas pushing in a direction, right? A stacked imbalance will be created. It's basically just like showing you where sweeps occurred in the market on a footprint. It's basically what it's doing. Like very one-sided selling or one-sided buying, and then it's showing you that reaction as we push in. So you can see it's been like a pretty clear supply on first attempt, and now as we're pushing in, we're filling that, right? So that's all we're doing, is we're just eating through this supply that's here. We have another area of it up at 330, 350, but it makes sense to pause here because we're eating through this liquidity, right? So if we can build here after eating through this liquidity, right, just kind of like chopping sideways, sustaining, while also being able to continue to maintain this POC to value low of our previous candle, that would be pretty ideal for our narrative, right? Because that would show that sell side is here.
According to the EIA,
right?
US
And
crude
we're-
inventories, including SPR, dropped by the most on record.
Right, like it's there are sellers. Oh my god, I can't draw today, man. There are sellers here, but we have buyers that are willing to buy at a higher price, that are willing to defend this, and then we'll be able to take them out and then go on our merry way once we get above this. So just have to keep an eye on this POC to value structure. If we can sustain here and eat up this liquidity and then show that buying is still willing to just put in higher lows, then who cares, you know? Same thing on RTY. If we can start to sustain here and then build above this, that'll be our next leg up, I think. ES, just our POC to values here. They're trying to sustain here and get us over. But we have this trapped liquidity above on ES, which is a bit worrisome. This is, I think ES has the clearest short potential for a micro scalp right now, based off of its structure, with this liquidity that's trapped above our pivot. But I think that with everything else, is just kind of maintaining. You just gotta wait. But we want to watch our interactions here, because if ES continues to fail to get back above this, and then we sweep below, we should take out this wick low at least at 405, 403. But just let it be for a minute. That's my opinion. Let's see what we do here. Again, we're just at supply. We have to eat through it before we can do anything new. Full market supply. But we're not seeing like insane selling pressure, which is a really good sign. So if we can just like take in these sellers, but then sustain
According
the
to
higher
Yon
low
Hap,
bid.
President Xi of
Hell yeah.
China likely to visit North Korea soon. Bank of England's Breeden says, I do not want to take the gilt portfolio for monetary policy purposes down to zero.
If not, right, we'll just rotate back down. I don't know.
China and Russia issue joint communique on deepening cooperation. And furthermore, from Yon Hap, Xi's visit to North Korea could happen as early as next week.
I mean, the one that I'm referencing is from this week, so you don't need it to go back further than that. I'm referencing the Monday sell. But you only have a certain amount of candles that you can have referenced on a chart at a time based off your time frame. You know, it only loads a certain amount of data. But it's just a reference point. It's nothing crazy. Your 15s have opened. Higher POCs again. Trend continues. We were able to hold our POC like we talked about. RTY sideways. Nothing crazy. Let's see if we can get another higher low for a continuation up. Slow grind while we try to get through this guy. You can see that supply on ES is still maintaining. No ability to look above that value of previous candles so far. Pushing back into POC of that candle off of the failure to get back up.
ECB rate hike very likely in June as inflation outlook moving towards adverse scenario. This according to sources. ECB likely to be non-committal about July, and many ECB policymakers would prefer to wait until September projections to decide if follow-up step is needed. And here, China, Russia to expand joint military exercises and patrols.
I think a really good way to view this, Ben, if you just wanted like an easy way to look at this, is just throw a volume profile on, man. Right? Like it's showing you the same thing as that stacked imbalance. Later, Rory. Like what are we doing on ES right now? Look at it. These are daily profiles. Where are we rejecting right now? Like let's not overcomplicate this. Well, you should know then like what's happening is we're trying to get back into this upper structure and we're failing so far, right? This is our value low from Friday and our value high from Monday, right? So this is that area that I was just talking about where we saw a very clear seller, which is that liquidity that we saw on the imbalance, right? That's here from the sell down.
So seeing here China and Russia to expand cooperation in AI and mining.
So we have a very clear edge here that we need to be able to breach and flip if we want more on price, just based off of our value, right? So what are we?
Trump on Cuba says America will not tolerate a rogue state with hostile foreign military, intelligence and terror operations just 90 miles from the United States.
Well, we're now trying to build above our daily POC, which is sitting here, right? And we're trying to look
And Trump on Cuba says we will not rest until people of Cuba once again have freedom.
And we are now trying to bid here and get above this. So we don't really have a ton until we can flip this edge and get back in, and then we can rotate this value structure. Until then, right, we're waiting to see if this is going to trap, and then we're going to have to rotate back down to our previous edge off of a failure here, right, just like we did here, where they tried to flag it, and then we gap down, right? So the same kind of sell could happen if we can't get above this edge, which is a rotation back down to retest.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Trump is due to deliver a commencement address to the United States Coast Guard Academy.
Right, like it's just a value play. So right now, again, we're trying to see if bids.
Bank of England Bailey says mortgage rates rise, not out of line with market rates.
And if we can hold this POC for rotations up, but if this POC to value goes resistance and then we retest it, we'll be rotating back down to our value low, most likely. Right? That's literally it. You can break down the market into basically these three lines or zones. And we can put one up here as well. Right? And now you've separated your auction into three different balances. So we know how to interact if we can trade above, right? We'll be watching for this rotation. If this fails, we'll be watching for this rotation. Right? It's just the same thing. If this fails here, we'll be watching for this rotation here. And then it's the same across the board. Right? We just treat this edge.
Seeing here China and Russia to boost cooperation in oil, gas and coal.
Either look above and fail, or a hold and then rotation of our zone to zone, or value to value. Right? Because you think of each one of these as a agreement between buyers and sellers at given prices, right? So this is the auction where people were willing to buy, within these parameters. And when we are able to push and hold above, then we can assume that if buyers are willing to buy here, that they'll also be looking to sell here, right? This is because this was a previous agreed upon auction where we have seen value, right? So like if we can actually enter this, then we have a good, there's a higher probability, a pretty high probability that we will rotate back up to, that upper value structure, because we're now within that agreed upon auction again. That's kind of how I view it, right? And that's when we talk about like the rotation, the probability of the rotation occurring is pretty high once we actually get back into value. because we're now in an agreed upon area, right, where buyers and sellers have been before and shown interest at these levels, right, at our edges. So might as well trade back to that other edge once we've, you know, entered back in and shown that interest. But again, we got to get through it. But that's why we've paused here, because it's a big level. But whenever you don't understand, always just take a step back and go and look at your volume profiles without anything else on, and see if you can see if there's anything that makes sense to you. It's a good way to, you know, come back to reality a little bit, you know, like, oh, okay, I don't know what's going on. Let's take a step back. We're too micro. Let's see what we can do from here. And same thing on NQ, right?
China and Russia to safeguard global energy market stability.
Do you see how we're just holding our pivot that we marked, this yellow zone? We're bidding off of our value high right now on NQ, on the daily. So we're still just sustaining it. This is why we always have to look until we get back into value and hold it as a reoffer. We will always want to be looking at it as a bid on a look out of value. We are watching to see if buyers will sustain that edge. If they will, right, we're looking for that expansion on the day, especially when we see this. What did we do? What did we do at our
Bank of
lows?
England's Breeden says risks to financial stability material and
Well,
elevated.
right, we gapped up and we held value of the previous day, and we failed to sustain below, right? So we looked below.
So again,
failed,
Bank of England's
and then
Breeden
bid,
saying risks to
and then
financial
continued on our way. Right? Like, those
risks
are
to
all-
financial stability material are elevated.
Those are all great signs for expansion. If we can hold our, you know, our high structure from the day before and fail on look belows, and then get really nice bids, right? And then we step up and we rotate.
So a reminder, in 5 minutes time, we're expecting Trump to make a commencement address. We do have a video posted in the economic calendar. We'll put one on the feed for those interested.
Does that make sense? You see how we just chopped here while we ate through that stacked imbalance, so that structure, and all we did was come back down
It's
to
not
our
on the feed.
known buyer on the day, right? Our known buyer being our POC to value of that candle, just like we talked about. So we just chopped here and rotated while we waited for this to play out, eat up those idiots, and then we can figure out where we want to go, right? Probably up into this 320, but we'll see. Trump's about to start yapping, so great. See if we can get this 35 on ES with us holding our POCs. Again, like the easiest thing you can do for yourself is look at, you have two tools in your arsenal that are real indicators that are not snake oil, and they don't come from me, right? They are two indicators that I've just shown you how to trade between, right? It's a volume profile and a footprint chart. You don't have to have any subscriptions, you don't have anything, but that is your basis for all of your trades. Anything else should be a tool to help utilize those two things, right? But in trend, right, where all we have to do is just, are we holding above POC of the previous candle? Yes or no? Okay, well then we have a great trend, and then we can look for continuation up, right? If we have flat POCs, choppy POCs that are all next to each other with no real initiative bids off of them, then that's an area that you probably don't want to be trading, right? It's balance. But if we have clear sustained auctions above our value of our previous structure, just look for continuation, right? Look for higher lows. We've got nothing yet that's telling us, that's given us any evidence that we're not just going to pull back for continuation higher. You know what I mean? That's the most important thing. Just be like, oh yeah, wait, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is I've got
Treasuries extend advance,
We can
sending
speed and do
yields
the
to
move
session
immediately.
lows.
Fuck me, I just closed my full position on ES. I didn't mean to do that. I just closed into 33. I was just looking to take off half, but I guess that's fine. I'm only in Russell now from our 75 or 30-second opening range. Let's see if we can get this flip like we talked about. But like, you guys, do you see how Ty is using a 30-minute chart and looking at those value areas? The same principle that we apply to the 15-minute chart where we're holding POC to value of the previous candle can be applied to the 30-minute, but guess what? It can also be applied to the daily profile. Right? Like, none of these concepts change. They work on all time frames. But like, if you wanted a clear sign of actual trend, right, then what does it mean if we're sustaining value of the previous day? Right? Like, that's a pretty good idea that we're in trend. And what does it mean if we're trading within the structure of the previous day? Well, it's probably a good sign of balance, right? Like, those are like super basic concepts where you can
Surely expecting
create
comments from
a
Trump.
full-on market bias, or I don't want to call it a bias, but an understanding of the state of the market on a day by just looking at where we're trading, you know, within structure on the daily profile. Are we trading within yesterday's structure? Are we trading within this week's structure, right? Do we have trend or do we have chop, right? And then that'll determine what kind of trades you should be taking and the areas where you should be looking, right? That'll tell you if you should be looking for pullbacks or if you should be looking for balance rotations, right? Yeah. Right, and like, how can we tell that we're trying to expand? Well, I mean, it's very easy when we talk about what we just did, right, with our flip. We're trying to break this. We're trying to expand here. This is very clear. This is a big pivotal point to see if we can shift trend. Right? Can we get back into this upper structure? Right? Like, we really don't need to overcomplicate this. You have your full plan right here with like 4 boxes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's where our next imbalance is on our footprint as well, into 298 to 360. It's my next target for NQ. So we push up into this. We should be alright though. It should be dependent on what Russell does though. Because if we lose momentum here on ES with us pushing in a target at our 35s and Russell can't show interest over this 13, then we might be donezo for a little bit. We'll see. Bro, these CEOs are so funny. When you want the NASA contract. uh.
UK 10-year gilt yield falls below 5% for the first time since May 14th, down about 13 basis points on the day.
This guy at 60s just got ruined on NQ. God, the Dom on NQ is so thin, man. Let's see what happens as we push into this 60 guy. It's the only one that's showing with size, and we've taken in a decent amount of contracts so far. We're watching to see if sellers can continue to maintain this 60 to like 76 basically for a rotation down to 210, or if we can bid above that 75s and recover this low. Right now it's just an offer sitting here. They might pull, we'll see. But I think if they don't, we'll probably head down to 220, 210. Right into here. Just really watching this. What's up, club? New 15's opening now. Flip of our pivot.
According to a poll report, Trump says the US in final stages of talks with Iran.
Bro, how are we still getting Iran?
Seeing some weakness in WTI crude, strength in the S&P 500 and weakness in the US dollar. So again, according to a poll report, Trump says the US are in the final stages of talks with Iran.
Let's watch this flip of Russell.
US stocks extending gains, Dow Jones up 1.02%.
New node building here. This is full trend. A ton of buying happening into this. Let's see if it'll sustain at this 340. Really important. Huge node that we just built there. 45s to 50s on ES. I mean, if we flip this 48, we're good to go. We're off the races, especially with Russell above this. This is my bull pivot.
The S&P 500 extending gains to 1%. Nasdaq 100 is up 1.6%. The Trump says we'll see what happens with Iran, according to the poll report.
Wow, huge news. Just, we'll see. Holding our buyers so far on ES and NQ. This 45.50 on ES. This 340.
US 2-year and 10-year yields fall at least 10 basis points on the day.
I'm Iran. I don't know about that one. I think you gotta. We need a better slogan, Ty. That doesn't.
Stocks Europe 600 index extends gain to 1.9%, a session high.
Bid holding so far on NQ. Let's see if we can get this flip, boys. This will be huge. ES testing.
The dollar falls to a daily low on the back of the report that Trump confirming Iran talks.
It's so thin. Watching Russell, it's the only thing I care about.
Oil crude futures extend losses, prices down around 7%.
Let's see if we can bid here. PVC.
Again, oil falls to an
RTY.
intraday low.
It's our 30-second opening range
WTI
mid
trades
to
near
high for Monday.
$97 a barrel.
What was the news? Do you have it muted or something?
So the poll report cites Trump's earlier remarks at Joint Base Andrews. US 10-year yield falls 10 basis points on the day to 4.56%.
As long as Russell can hold this pivot, I don't care. We'll go up. But if it can't sustain here, then sure, we can go back down and trap this, and then retest the full candle. Just watching our flip.
Gilts extend gains. UK 10-year yield falls 17 basis points to 4.96%.
True. Those are both true statements. We'll see. So I want you to visualize what we just did.
The dollar yen down
Why did we reject what we
0.21%.
just rejected?
The euro
Based
up
off of everything we talked about
0.23%. The US dollar extending drop. Index now down 0.25% on the day.
What do you see off of the?
Seeing sterling up 0.43%.
What do you see here? Based off of what we talked about. We traversed the entire value in that single candle into supply high, right? We went straight to value high after entering and breaching. We did the entire value range in a singular candle. So what does it mean now if we can sustain above this edge? Right, we just did a full move up into our value high. Now what do we need to see? Well, we need to show that buy side is actually willing to defend this, and then we can rotate it, you know? But that is why we rejected where we did, is we held our value high there. Now let's see if we can hold this range that we're rotating in from Friday's auction. Friday's auction, Monday's highs, today's highs are today's value. We can sustain here and we're good to go. Right? Let's see what they can do. Remember we talked about, like, if we can transact with inside a previous value, and then we'll look to see if, you know, buyers are now perceiving that edge as value, if sell side perceived that edge high as value high, right? Like if our value high is still being perceived as sell side and we've pushed through, then I want to watch to see if the low of our balance, right, or if that range is now going to see buy side demand, right? Are we now back in that auction? Have we shown interest, right? That is the question. And I would say that because we popped, that we've showed interest, right? So now I really want to see a willingness to try to defend, right, this upper auction if we're going to do more.
European gas falls as much as 7.7% on the report of Iran talks. According to a poll report on X, whether a limited Iran deal would be acceptable, Trump says, "We're going to give this one a shot. I'm in no hurry. You never think, oh, the midterms."
it's very good. Okay. What's up, Derek? Definitely can. Just stick around. Alright, so this is our edge that we're watching here on ES into 36 to 29. See if we can find a bid. Market falls until Russell finds a bottom, but we've got very clear liquidity on both NQ and ES below us that we're trading into right now. So just watch for the bounce. Uptrend still
US
intact,
Treasury
no
yields
change.
fall as US Iran deal seen closer. 2-year yield last down 7.8 basis points at 4.045%.
This is where I start to watch ES for our edge hold based off of what we just talked about. Can we find interest here outside of our value and back into our value highs here to show interest right outside of, back inside this this range here. Really important for me to see this. Oh, a friend of Cass, nice. So sick of news, man. I'm so sick of Trump. I'm so sick of this war. I'm so sick of the volatility. I'm so sick of the insider trading. I'm just so sick of it all. I'm tired, man. Just give me back Sleepy Joe, where nothing happened and we could just trade. Everyone was mad about Sleepy Joe, but what a market. We'd hear from Sleepy Joe once a month. Oh, those were the days, fellas. Those were the days. Trump's about to arrive. Feels bad, man. I mean, I really hope we just get this bid, but we'll see. It's doing the thing. Just do we lose follow through is the question, you know? That's going to be the concern. But we're holding our edge. Yeah, and if you really want to make it look like it, you just take off the grid that's on Tradeify by default. And instead of a pure black, you go with like a off black, dark gray. And then there you go. Default chud. It's alright, man. What is this scroll that's sitting there? Thing's crazy. Indiana Jones prop.
So Trump is now approaching the podium. A reminder the video is on the feed for those interested.
I think he called it like the scroll of freedom or something. I don't know. Some Navy thing. I have my stream on like a really low volume, so I only half heard. Oh my god, yeah, right. Alright, if you're, we gotta watch as we push into POC, to value of our previous candle here. This will be our first area to see if sell side's going to hold this, but we've gotten our initial reaction just like we wanted. ES is holding our pivot very nicely. Now let's watch to see what they do with this. But we're building where we thought we would. Bid is here. Let's see if we can get some more, or if that's that. Testing into POC to value of previous candle now. Toodles. What's for lunch, man? Glass of water? Cigarette? Going to the gym? Alright. I respect that. I'm gonna grab some water while we wait. They're still doing this salute. It's insane. Man, this new headphone wire that I got, so much better. Insane. Should have bought it way earlier. Oh my god. What a difference. It's so funny, like, the little things that you buy that, like, increase your quality of life so much. I don't know why I was dealing with that thing for so long. Yeah, man, I got a new cord. The old one was just so bad. The one that came with it. Like, it just kept bunching up on itself. Like, it's, like, statically charged. Like, it won't not... Like, it refuses to just be flat. So, as soon as I let go, like, the entire thing bundles up like it's a spring.
30-year Treasury yields
Coils up on
continue
itself.
decline, last at 5.1085%.
And, of course, it's, like, 20 feet long. So, if it's not fully extended, right... It was just bunching up the entire thing just became like this ball of cord. And then, of course, it got a short because it was balled up like that. Now I just have one that's like pre-coiled. Beautiful. It's so nice. This is my first risk off on ES. Into our 43 offer here from our pivot. Let's watch to see what we do into POC. And Q as well, just into our 330 40 to 46. If we flip this, we go up, and then we'll just retrace the full news candle. We held exactly where we needed to. But let's watch to see what we do here in the mid. Again, I'm just trying off of our pivot that we drew, the liquidity that was found there on stacked imbalance, as well as our value edge, and then we're just playing this, right? Just the higher low. Initial size was put on as we pushed in, added, now just in runners. Let's see what we do here as we push, but following our overall structural idea that we liked on ES. Yeah. It's weird that I can't draw on this window anymore. Why is that a thing? Let me back out of this app. There we go. So again, this is just the idea that we did the entire move in a singular candle, right? And now we're retesting it just like any other balance break that we play. What do we expect to happen on a entry back into a range and a rotation up to supply? What do we expect? It's the same pattern every time. When we look through and traverse through value, we expect that we find buyers on our edge, right? And then we look for the rotation up. So why would I not buy here? Explain it to me. right? It's just the value rotation. We're back in that auction. Does that make sense to you guys? Did that like, does it, like, I don't know, man. Okay. Yeah. Like, it sucks that we did that full rotation in a singular candle, you know what I mean? But, like, what do we do when we miss a rotation imbalance? We just wait for the retest, right? It's the same process. Right? Like, when we trade little micro auctions and it's a rotation like this, and we're in an uptrend, we just wait for for the pullback to the buy side, right? And that's the pullback for the buy side. So we just buy there. We miss it because it did the entire move in a singular candle. All right, well, that's unlucky, right? But, like, not the end of the world. And just give us another bid. Sick. Play it up. I've taken off 15 of my 20 contracts on MES. I have 5 left as we push. Just as a understanding of, like, how I've risked off as we push. Yeah, and something I want to point out as well, Ben, like this can be seen on so many different tools that we have at our, like, the volume profile is just like such an easy way to get a sense of what's going on in the market, and I think it's like by far the best tool that traders have at their disposal that actually does something useful, that isn't like, it's an all-in-one, right? Like, it gives you strategy, it gives you an idea of how the market state, it gives you an entire process and a way to view things. But, like, if you wanted to just look at, like, your deltas as well, as if you wanted to add that, right? Like, what did we do as we were pushing down into that 430 from that initial squeeze? They were just, like, coming back down to that buyer, right, at 430 on ES. And we're just selling into it. And it's like, okay, well, if we're going to bid anywhere, it's going to be this 430, 427 area. And we're going to be looking for them to absorb there for that rotation back up. Because that's where that initial buyer got squeezed in the first place, right? So it's like, well, this area is where we
Trump says seeing in Iran that the US is respected. Trump says, do we finish Iran up or will they sign? Let's see. Currently Trump delivering remarks at the US Coast Guard Academy.
All right, look at this. I mean, I put it on a 15,000 tick chart just for the sake of clarity here, but the 5-minute works just as well. But I just want to show this idea. I just really wanted a clean. This is what just happened into this low where we thought buyers would be. Why? What do we see here on our just basic delta chart with our bubbles and our delta by price on the side? What happened here that helped cause this initial reaction? This is the news candle, right, that we're retracing. But what is all of this? Yeah. So these guys are trapped. We rotate back down. We come back to our initial bid, but we hold where we need to, and then we see a secondary step up, right, for this rotation. But all we did is come back down into where the initial reaction occurred. But it's also like a structural play. So when we see both absorption on our profile, but also what we want to see, sorry, on our delta chart, but we also see what we want to see on our structural chart at the same time, right? Like we have two kind of components in line. It's like, oh, okay, well, now I can use this as my risk, and I can be looking for this recovery for rotations, and then just play it up into our previous sell, and then if not, we'll rotate and retest our highs, right? But like, having an understanding of where we're trading and what we're looking for once we get there are two different skill sets, right? Everyone can learn how to draw on a chart and show where structure is. But then it's like this stuff is what helps us initiate in these areas. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're seeing what we want to see. We're seeing participants interact in the area that we marked on our chart. So now we have, there's a, we're in sync with what the market is currently doing, right? Our lines on our chart mean something, and it's not just, our ego, which is super important, because like our lines don't matter, right? Unless we have a clear understanding of like how the market is working and what we're doing. If not, then they're just random lines on a chart, and they make no sense to try to trade off of them because they have no edge. So we want to really be watching our previous structure and how we're, participants who are actually moving the market are interacting in these areas. And can we see the absorption that we need? Can we see the buyers stepping in where we want? And does it all align with our viewpoint that and our plan that we've marked on chart, right? And it does. So like we should trade it because it all makes sense compared with what we're looking for, right? It follows our narrative. It's like, oh, okay, well then we have a trade that makes sense. I don't know how long we've been talking about like trying to buy this edge on the flip. It's like, oh, okay, well it's playing out. Like, oh, we're making money, great. So we did everything that we needed to, right? And let's see if we get like the full rotation as the last trade of the day. That'd be sick. If not, I'll still be pretty happy. But I mean, you can see the same thing on the 5. It's just a little less obvious. What's up, Lunary? So building above this previous seller is huge if we can do it. Let's see if from our bid here, right, we got our secondary. Can we now step up above these previous sellers, show interest, and do the full rotation back up to our news highs? Or does this hold, right? And do we need to do another rotation before we can go? I don't have the answer for you yet. We'll have to see how we interact here. But if we can continue to sustain above these previous highs, that's a really great sign that we want to show interest up for that 48 hold. That'll be good for us for the full rotation. And again, like, just remember where we're currently trading. We are trading within this structure, right? And where were our last sellers located? Right, that's our first risk off into this. And now we're watching to see, right, at our 43s here, where we took our first profit, can we do the full rotation, or are they going to try to maintain? I don't know. We'll see. It's really hard to trade while you're sick, man. Be careful. I try to avoid the markets at all costs when I'm not feeling well. I tend to make poor decisions. Just let your body rest, you know? Trade when you're at 100%. Yeah, it's one of those things you kind of have to learn on your own, sadly. Nice. Let me pull this up a little bit bigger so I can see what you're doing. Oh, you were trying to like play within the box, but not letting it just like be tighter, too tight of a stop as we were pushing down. Yeah, I get it. For stuff like that, where I'm like looking for a kind of a large area, I would say I just go in half size on initial look, and then I'll just add if we get the pop above, so that my loss is minimized. But like, would I have been in a better position in, you know, afterthought, just buying the bid at the 36 flip? Like, yeah, right. But I don't know if we're going to do that, right? I have no clue. I was expecting a much stronger reaction as we were pushing in, but nothing invalidated. So I just took 10 here, and then I took another 10 on the other side on the retest. But it's hard when we have larger zones because you have to kind of lower your leverage for that. But what we're expecting is like the risk to reward to be worth it, right? Like I'm hoping for the full rotation, ideally, based off our pivot. So holding runners is going to feel really great because we're, you know, expecting a decent amount of points on ES here. If we can actually get the full move. Yeah, like 20 points on ES is pretty exciting. But it's hard. Like we took off for I mean, here, I'll just post what I have and I'm just taking off as we pushed in, but let's see what we do here. This is like really clear where they're trying to reoffer for one more leg down, but I don't know. I kind of just want to hold break even, play off this low. I don't know, we'll see. Trump just started talking, so it might be over. We'll see. I just see that Russell is like doing exactly what I want, which is the problem. You know, like if RTY can hold here, I just feel so happy. But like I see the lower offer here on both NQ and ES trying to set up. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, what else do you need? Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you're trading this small short, I would say this is your first risk off. I'm not in this, but I mean, this was an obvious play. But this is definitely where your bid is going to rest here at 300s. The way you can always look for your first PT is just like watch the value of that previous candle right into this low. I'm going to either get a full rotation here or we're going to hold this liquidity is what I'm watching, right? Makes for a good little scalp. But I don't know if we're going to get the full move through the rotational, through the rotation. No clue. RTY is still holding where I want. Yes, is still just holding my entry, so there's no reason for me to do anything new. Later, sauce. Yeah, if you guys are like struggling to find trades, like I'm telling you, man, just like really hone in on volume profile. There's so many setups, so many plays, so many ideas, and just like it is the basis of everything. Just like how do we react through value? What are the different ideas of how price can move? What are the different market states? Like just like go through everything. Like if you wanted to focus on one thing to make you better, value profile is it. Fuck dumb, fuck everything else. Just like focus volume profile first, so that you have an understanding of like structure and market state, and then from there, you then can go from into footprint, right, and looking for absorption, et cetera, et cetera. But like, it just like we've had this conversation before, but like, a lot of you know the words, you know what to look for, but you look for it on the wrong days sometimes because you don't know what state we're in. So you're looking for like balance trades on a trend day, or you're looking for trend days on a balance day, right? Like just even like the basics of understanding your like that is the foundation for which plays you should be taking on the day. Remember, the first thing you can do to increase your edge is just decrease your god awful decision making and bad trades that you're taking. Right? You don't even have to do anything else. All you have to do is take away some of the garbage that you are taking for no reason, right? The human error. So if we can get rid of some of that and we can strengthen your foundations in these sections that help you develop an overall idea, you're going to be in a much better position without having to do anything else, right? All you're doing is getting rid of some garbage. And then from there, we build out plans, right? We have an understanding of how we interact on a balance day, how we interact on a trend day, what kind of trades we're looking to take on those days, what works, what doesn't, what an invalidation looks like, right? Once we have an understanding of the day type, all of a sudden we can now trade different kinds of strategies, right? And we have plans for those day types and what we're looking for. You know what I mean? But without that, like, where do you start? How do you know what to do? Right? If you can't identify the day type, if you can't identify what's going on in the market and where buyers and sellers are, how are you going to trade around them? Right? And like these concepts apply on all time frames, right? Like you can do micro scalping like I do a lot of on the smaller time frames by separating in our distributions into fixed profiles and trading around that, right? Or you can be trading on a daily profile and only looking for, one or two trades a day and only looking for, breaks out of value on our edges, right? Are there very clear trade ideas based off of our value from previous days and where we're headed and what we're looking for? Yeah, right? Like there are tons of opportunities here. Even just on the flip of our POC or the recovery back into our value on the day, right? Like this tells you what we're going to do and where we're going to go. Right? So you can scalp these levels, or you can be looking at it from a larger picture and separating your auction, into a couple areas, and then be trading these areas with larger TPs, right? Like it's up to you how you want to interact with the market, but understanding
Financial Times reporting that UK's Chancellor Reeves drops the push for food price caps.
A failure to get back into this auction and trapping this liquidity into this low is a classic look below and fail, right? And then all we're looking for here is, after trapping this liquidity at POC and getting back out of value, is this very clear bid to the upside, right? And then it's just rotating back up to this value. And then what did we talk about? Building above POC here, looking for POC to hold as supportive, and then holding this edge for this rotation up to these highs, right? These are all structural plays that, once you understand what we're looking for off of these failures, lead to really nice moves. But you have to understand like how to interact on a profile in itself. But that's easy. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. There's so many books. There's so many things that we've taught. There's so many free resources on this stuff. And what's crazy is that people are interacting with these on all time frames. So you have people like Dalton who are looking at this on a daily, monthly, weekly, right? You have people who are trading on a 15-minute. You've got people who are trading on a 30. You have people who are trading on an hourly, a 4-hour, a 30-second, right? They're all using the same tool and being able to infer different kinds of trades. But at the end of the day, everyone's understanding of where we're headed and the state of the market and where we should be looking, right? The zones don't change no matter the time frame. right? Because it's structure is structure, value is value. But what we're looking for, size-wise and rotation-wise changes based off of our time frame. Our expectations change, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Right? Like, I can trade within value, where a lot of traders won't trade within value. They'll only trade the break. But we understand what we're looking for, right? We're looking for the rotation, the traverse through value back from our buyer to our seller, right? Or seller to our buyer. And we are trading that. We are taking the crumbs between the whales. And that's what you do on a smaller time frame. If you're unwilling to do that on a smaller time frame, right, you want to be looking for these larger edges and how we're interacting around them. It just depends on what you want to do. But regardless, like I said, like, the volume profile doesn't change. Yeah, I mean, like, just, like, Dalton has a free book, Ben, that would be great for you. It's free. It's in the Discord already. Just find a couple things that you find interesting. It's short and sweet. These are the 3 books that I recommend. So these are the ones I always tell people to read. They're all easy reads. But they'll give you such a better grasp of the things that we talk about. Yeah, I mean, everything, Dale's great, man. And all of those books I've already linked for free in the Discord. Yeah, Dale Dalton, and then my favorite is this guy, Johannes Forthman. I think he is great. I'm a big fan of his stuff. Yeah, my point always is going to be, instead of looking for new indicators, is try to grasp the mechanics better before we look for indicators, because like at the end of the day, again, your fundamentals of like what's actually going on and the strategies that we're looking for and why they work, right? Why we're looking for these things to play in this certain way are the most important concepts. It's the why that matters, because that's going to inform you on when you're wrong. If you don't know if you're taking trades and you don't know the why you're taking the trade and the where you're taking the trade, right? It's going to make it so that you stay in that trade on your loser, because you don't have a reason of why you're actually in it. And I think like the understanding that, of being like, oh yeah, no, I'm fucking wrong and this is going against me and it doesn't make sense to be in this. And I know that there's going to be another opportunity where I can make up for this loss, and it doesn't make sense to hold this to bleed me out when I know that there is going to be another trade where if I had closed this because it invalidated and I flipped my position instead, I would have made back the loss and made more money.
Trump just repeating sentiments on Iran, saying Iran wants to make a deal so bad and will not let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Right? Like, that's the most important part.
Trump on Iran also says we have a great support. Says we may have to hit Iran harder, maybe not.
This guy just talks. Like, just... But yeah, no, because I think like the biggest problem for a lot of you is just like the unwillingness to just be read, right? Allow that trade to be wrong and to just close it. The acceptance that you need to have faith that you will be able to make it up. When you let things bleed on you, you're just destroying all of your edge. When you're letting trades that you know are wrong bleed out on you, you are destroying your edge. Because now you have to do so much work to fight back, to get back that drawdown that you just gave up for no reason when you knew you were wrong. You know what I mean? Like, why do it? Do you really have that little faith that you'll be able to make up for that stop? Right? Like, think about that. Like, tell yourself that. Do I really believe that this trade is it for me? Either I win on this trade or I blow up my account. That's where I'm at right now. I'm going to hold until we either liquidate or not, because I'm too scared to be wrong. And so this trade has to work because I'm afraid that I'm not right enough to be to make up for this loss. It's like, dude, like, no, like, what are we doing? Have more faith in yourself. Have more faith in your strategies and the edge in which you have, right? Have more willingness to be able to compound and willingness to actually take trades that make sense instead of just chasing to try to make up for a loss that was emotional in the first place. I don't know. Hopefully that registers with some of you, because I know that that's happening. Those are those days where they're like, people are like, I blew up in a single day. And it's like, well, how long have you been working on your account? Like, multiple weeks. It's like, so you just let all of your work go in multiple weeks because your ego is too big to close a losing trade and just try to find something new. Right? Like, that's the hurdle that you got to get through. No matter what we do, we have to either create enough of an edge and enough confidence in what your knowledge, right, about when you're right and wrong, so that when those situations happen, you have the context to know how to operate around it, or you need to create mechanical strategies that automatically take you out of trades when you are wrong enough, right? Like a bracket order, for example, right? If you're not setting a stop and you need a physical
Wall Street Journal
stop
reporting that OpenAI is preparing to file for an IPO very soon.
You need to create systems that work for you. Do what you need to do, right? Like, it's a very personal thing. Some people are more than happy to just let things run and be, they have faith and they're able to go for it. Some people need a lot more handholding, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but just know what kind of trader and what kind of person you are and what resources you need to make money. Don't compare yourself to someone else. We're different people. We all need different things. But to lie to yourself and not give yourself what you need to be successful is an issue. Dude, Trump talking has got to be the worst thing for the market. Holy. This is our basically full target here in ES. This is POC shift on ES. NQPOC already shifted.
Trump says China's President Xi told me the US military is phenomenal and that China Xi respects the US military.
Let's see what we do from here. This is our PVC reversion target on ES into our lows. We either
So for those interested, we've
we'll
also posted the Wall Street Journal article regarding OpenAI's IPO on the feed for those interested.
Right, this is either a hold of our value pivot here or a failure and rotation back in. So very important level on our overall structure into our edge here. I'm really watching this ES value rotation with our POC shift here. Because if we can flip this and this doesn't hold as supportive, right, we have a very clear target back down to 96. But we need to see what we're going to do here because this is where the bid will try to interact to hold this edge. Let's see what we do as we push into 2010, 200 on NQ at the same time. Good bid so far. Again, we'll watch our offer as we push into 31, 32 here. We want to see if we're going to shift this POC and then rotate down. As Russell continues to fall, if we continue to fall on Russell, we'll continue to fall in the market. I really do think NQ is going to try to have a bid here for this 210, 220 area at our POC. Sorry, at our PVC value for at least like a rotation up to 260. And then we'll figure it out from there. the important thing here, again, is just we've seen a
Trump
seller,
says there's more fighting to come unless Iran gets smart.
right, from our reversion zone. We've gotten our lower high. We've called out this short idea from this. We are pushing down. Trump's talking. We have now rotated back down to our LVN here and our PVC value where we got our squeeze. So we've now fully retraced the Iran news candle on ES and Russell. And
Trump
now,
says the Coast Guard has
and
captured
Q as
3
well, right?
Iranian vessels in total.
So from this point, now that we've retraced that move up and we have all of this liquidity above us, what are we going to do? Are we going to rotate back down to VWAP off of a failure here? Or do we come back down into this lower liquidity and then trap, and then that gives us our next leg? That's what we'll have to find out. So I'm waiting to see what we do with these shifts on our POCs because they're very important to let us know the plan for the rest of the day. Another way to look at this is when did we shift POCs, right? At our highs, where we started to take that first short idea. Now we're pushing down. We have 20 seconds until new 15s, and we have rotated back down to where this big basing happened, right? Where buyers accumulated, trapped sellers for the squeeze to the upside, right? So as we come back into this, now we're watching what just happened. How did I do that? What? I'm so confused. Okay. Bro, wait, what? So let's watch our POC to value of our previous candle and see if offer holds or if we're going to do anything new. But we have the start of a trend down and a reversion back to VWAP here. We just need to keep an eye on this area and see how we interact. I think that there's a pretty clear bid attempting here at our 220 to 210. And we'll watch to see what our reaction is as we push back up into these highs into here. But that would be my guess, is that there's a buyer trying like this, and we'll at least have to take out this wick high, and then we'll figure out directionality. See if we do something like this, or if this is able to flip. So this would be your first risk off on the takeout of this wick high, and then we're watching to see how we interact as we push up into this. Same thing on ES, we'll watch this. Just a pretty simple bounce as we opened here at our PVCs on our targets. And then we saw a bid step in to put in the higher low. Now it's just a rotation to retest this POC shift that we were just talking about. If sell side is willing to hold this, then we'll look for that rotation down, in my opinion. That makes the most sense to me. So really important to see if sell side is willing to defend here. Right, because it's the POC shift. Same thing on NQ into 60 to 80. We just took out that wick high, stopping out those guys, and then we'll watch to see if we get follow through now, taking out that liquidity with ES into our shift. and into POC to value of our previous candle. And what's important is, do we get Russell follow through with this move as well for, you know, a potentially lower high into our halfway back? That'd be nice for a move down to potentially VWAP for target. We'll see. Make sense? This is a POC shift. It's a pretty obvious one, just based off of our reversion to our value high here, and then we watch to see if we take out lows or if they're able to maintain as your first risk off. I took off half into our lows on ES, and then I'll try to leave a break-even stop over, no, not break-even, sorry, break-even on the trade, not the actual contract, so 34s. So I've taken 1-to-1 is what I'm saying, and I'm now, the trade is break-even. I'm looking for a move down to 416, 417 on ES, ideally, into our target here. You guys get what I'm saying when I say break even, right? Right? Like if our risk is this, then I'm taking my first profits to cover the risk, right? And I didn't get filled here. I got filled like here, so my risk is a little worse. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I feel like sometimes like I can. It sounds like English isn't my first language. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm a little papega. Yeah, this is a super small trade. I just was playing off of that reaction. I'm in at 28, so just to give you context. Right, because now that liquidity is trapped where we wanted it, above that little micro range, and now we're back in. So I'm okay taking 28s, and then just playing into our low, and then it's like 1-to-1 based off of that high. And then if we do rotate fully up and take out that high, I don't lose anything. But if we can get the breakdown with that liquidity trapped above, then like I don't care. Right, like we got the initial reaction where I wanted it. Now I can just play around this as my risk, right? Because this is now the same reward as the risk. It's not great, but like it would have been sick if I got filled at the highs, but I didn't have a limit there, so I just marketed it in as soon as we entered back into that range. And then like if we can get the full follow through, great. I'll just be looking for that move down into I don't know, like our VWAP or whatever that's there. What is this guy talking about, man? These Trump rants are just like, they baffle me. He just talks. Oh. It just looks like we need a trap before we can go down, boys. So we're looking to see if we absorb into these high 30s or again on ES and into like 260 to 40 on NQ. We just need to see if we can like build like a little delta bubble there and absorb. That'd be ideal for another leg down. I'd really like to see it, but Russell sideways is a little troll. Little troll. The heck? The dog just had like a sneezing fit. It's like 7 sneezes in a row and then coughed. Sounded like a monster. This is such a weird screen. World B Day, by the way. Just all of their faces are so good. Oh my god. It's what it looks like. She's like, what? Alright, let's see what we do here on retest. I think we need to go a bit higher on NQ into this high. We'll see. Russell sideways is just like it is what it is. Let's see what we do here. Maybe we flip, maybe we don't. I don't know. I'm watching to see if we absorb. Really keeping our eye on what's happening here. We expected off of that lack of follow through on the last low that we were going to have to seek higher, right? Now it's about what do we do here now that we've seeked higher? Do we flip or do we absorb and trap? Holy, I think he's done talking. this bid at 31, 32 has to be incredibly clear on ES. So far looks okay. Looks good so far. Pretty good bid. Offer at 290 here on NQ. For ES, 38s is where we're watching, 38 to 41 for sellers to try to defend. That is your target if you're playing off of this 31. See if we get this flip and hold. NQ into our pivot. Good hold so far, following pathing. See if we can get over this, or if this holds. Again, 38 to 41 has to be your first risk off. We flip this, we should be able to rotate that upper distribution. I'm gonna have to delete pathing here in a second. This is the flip of our daily POC is supportive. That's what they're trying to do here. That's why we're talking about that 31, 32. So this is that POC shift that's trying to happen. The flip of this pivot. If we can hold this and maintain, we go up. If this fails, we trap liquidity above, and then we take out lows, and then we rotate down. Right? This is a really important area to let us know which way we want to go market-wise on the shift of this POC from that lower distribution now up to this high where we've built out this node. Can we sustain this node, right? If we can sustain it, then we can traverse it, that upper distribution again. So really important how we interact at the highs of this. Can we bid it? Hell yeah, then let's go, right? But really important to see what these guys do here and if they can sustain. I didn't mean to do that. We're watching to see how we do here. Here's our flip. Nah, you don't need to be here all day, bro. You need to be here for the time that makes sense for you. Don't ever feel bad that you can't spend more time in front of your screen. Remember, your objective isn't to be here 24/7. If it was, right, you're thinking about this wrong. But I think you did really well today, Ben. I think you have some really great questions. Have a good day, man. And again, like just like always, when you are unclear, just take a step back and just look at your profiles and see, are we outside of, you know, our daily, our previous day's value, our weekly value? Is there anything trend wise that we can see, or is this, you know, in internal range, right, still, and should we be expecting balance, right? And like if we do break balance, like where could we potentially head, right? Like like how we figured out on ES today where we would go, right? Like we trade value to value. These concepts work.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry, cited by Al Jazeera, says we are currently focusing on ending the war on all fronts, especially in Lebanon.
But when we're trading within like known structure, it's so easy to figure out price targets.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry supposedly add that we are negotiating in good faith, and it's up to the American side to prove its seriousness in negotiations.
It's just a matter then of I will teach you how to trade all-time highs as well. That's also a pretty simple concept with volume profiles, something that you can do to figure out targets based off of just shape. But we can go over that again. But for right now, just like, again, like the market is in a state of balance for much more than it is in during regular trading hours than in like a trend state, right? So learning how to trade balance and how we traverse between balance to balance, right, rotation to rotation, distribution from distribution is so important, because it's going to give you like your entire model of how you should be interacting. And as soon as you get that, like it'll all start to click. I promise. It's such a major step in your learning. All right, so we just failed into these highs and have rotated down to our buyer again, and we've trapped this liquidity above this POC shift.
Iranian
So
media
super
also
important.
reporting that Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says that an exchange of messages between the Iranian and US sides continues based on Iran's 14-point proposal.
I'm watching to see what we do here. Do we get this really cheeky reoffer here from the sweep down with this liquidity now trapped, playing off of 30 to 35?
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do have the latest US fixed income sale. The US selling $16 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior high yield was 4.883%, while the prior bid to cover was 2.68.
I like playing off of this guy. Oops. I'm watching the reoffer here into 34 to 38. If we can hold that guy off.
So looking at a preview ahead of this 20-year bond sale then. So the Treasury $16 billion new issue 20-year bond sale slated today comes as long-end yields hover around multi-year highs amid elevated inflation concerns, with Fed rate hike premium adding to concessions along the curve. Since the outbreak of the US war with Iran, the 20-year sector has underperformed the 30, with the 20-30 spread again seeing inversion. Despite the recent move higher, outright yields, JP Morgan strategists see unattractive valuations and less supportive technicals as reasons for today's sale to require more concession to be digested smoothly.
See, the problem is we're holding lows. I need to see like a very clear reoffer here in 34s and then a shift below our 24, 28 for this to have a good feeling, or this is just going to be a new distribution that we oscillate, which would actually kind of confirm the upside instead of the downside. So really want to see a clear sell side player here as we retest these guys. Let's see what they do. I'm gonna move this all over so that we have the room to work with here. Watching to see if sell side sits here and then offer lowers, or if this bid is able to flip this, and then I'll look for new highs. NQ POC is now shifted here as well, so until I see acceptance above this, I have to look for sell side to try to be
Trump
there.
ends remarks at the US Coast Guard Academy.
Very clear bidding down in these lows, so we have to only play to that. Let's watch how we interact here. How do we push out of these areas will be our next trade. Because what they're trying to do right now is, if you look on your profile, you can see that they're trying to trap into 35 to 40. And sell side is trying to step down now into this 31, 32. But if they fail, right, then we'll have like basically our next leg up. Right, because it'll be basically like a flagging pattern into support and then a pop and push of our highs. So it's really important that we see them be able to maintain this, because this I mean, regardless, it'll give us our directional decision, in my opinion. But like either sell side is able to maintain this lower high, and what I mean by the lower high again is just like very clearly sell side trying to shift our order book down, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high, right? They're moving the offer down from where buyers
The Iranian
were.
Foreign Ministry spokesperson says that Iran is seriously and in good faith
now
pursuing the negotiation
trying
path,
to
but
shift
holds
that to
severe
sellers.
and reasonable suspicion about the US.
But what happens if instead of being able to shift this down, we get back up into this upper range, right? That's kind of what we're watching for now, is are they able to continue to absorb here? And then can we see secondary sellers step in below to rotate back down? Or are we able to trap and continue to maintain these lows? And then will these sellers be offsides? And then we squeeze with secondary bids above. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Right, we just have these two participants that we're trading around, right, on this inside candle. And which way we breach, and the secondary participants that step in from these outside edges, right, that we've highlighted, should determine the direction that we go. Based off of how we're trading currently. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only trade that you could try to take right now is you're playing off of this edge with very minimal risk, right? Just that high. And your first target is a 1-to-1 into our known buyer, right? Because you don't have a breakout. It's just a rotational trade right now. And a lot of people are going to be unwilling to, trade that as a actual trade. Most people are unwilling to take like 5 points on ES or 4 points. Like the same thing can be seen very easily on an NQ if you just put a profile on it. Like, watch this. Like this is what my profile looks like on TradingView, or on Tradeify. Just with this low, right? We've got two participants. We're currently transacting within that value, right? And we're trying to maintain that value high edge right now at that 250, but we have this offset liquidity above. So I'm just watching to see, are we able to maintain that offer above with those guys that are offsides?
So the Financial Times, with more color on an earlier Wall Street Journal article, saying that OpenAI has been laying the groundwork for an offering expected to value it north of $1 trillion.
Right. So like this is that rotation we were just talking about, and this is where that bid rests. So this would have to be your first take profit if you were playing around that structure. But like it's a fine trade, but it's we don't have the breakdown yet. Right? So like this is how that looks now. You see what I mean? Like it's just a rotation back down to this POC to value of this structure where that buyer was. Right? Like, but you can, if you can see it, you can trade it, right? That's my whole point, is like now you understand where you should be taking some of your profits off, because it's a rotation back down to this guy. And if we can flip it, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, then we'll have a larger breakdown and this will be great. And then I'm in from like a really sick entry. But if not, right, then we bounce the lows, and then you go 1-to-1 that's basically break even, because it's going to come back up to your stop, and nothing really happens that's relevant.
And Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson says that Iran is currently studying the US points of view.
Right, so this is where you have to take off your first risk if you're trying off that top edge, is because it's the rotation of our value structure, right? We had someone outside, and then we rotated back down to our known buyer from our highs, right? We're just rotating the range right now. But can we flip with this as our catalyst? That's the question. It's the same thing on NQ, right? Can we flip with this as our catalyst? Can we do something new? I do not know.
So we're shortly expecting the results for the
50
US
seconds.
20-year bond sale. The pre-sale when issued yield comes at the top of the hour. Iran State TV, citing Iran, says the US threats won't impact Tehran's decision.
But as soon as you like see rotations like this, right? Like you know what to expect on our edges, and then it's like, okay, well I just take my first risk off into our range highs, right? Like we can expect where the buyers will be. We can expect where these rotations are going to occur. Do you have to trade within these edges? No, you don't. But like if you see them, right, you have a very clear risk at these edges, and as long as you're taking profit into it, right, we have an understanding
10
of
seconds
where
to the
we're
when
going.
issued yield.
I want to point that out, right? It's the same thing on every time frame. It's a 15-second chart that we're able to, show where that buyer and that seller is and where we should be looking. And if we can flip it, right, it's going to cause a much larger move.
The Treasury when issued 20-year yield 5.122% ahead of the auction. So again, that's the when issued yield at 5.122%.
Hopefully that's a good example. I think it is.
The US military says that they have boarded an Iranian-flagged oil tanker.
Right? We're just rotating between these participants. And until we shift outside, right, all we know is that there's a buyer who's really trying to defend this low, and we have the seller who's outside. If these buyers continue to try to defend and we can take it out, right, then we'll have a really nice lift that we can play around, because we'll have a clear confirmation of our lows. And then we also have a seller that has tried at our lows and failed, and then we'll have secondary buyers that step up to then breach us out and then rotate us. But regardless, right, like if your risk is here and you're playing down to here, like these can be really profitable trades with very high probability because we're just rotating a known range, right? That's my whole point, is that you don't always have to wait for, a larger breakout for things to make sense. Yeah, right? Just the edges of the auction that are happening right now. I don't know. I mean, that changed, like, everything for me once I was like, oh, yeah, wait.
We're shortly expecting the results for the 20-year auction now.
And as long as you're not trading, like, crazy size, like, that is a...
High rate of 5.122%, 5.122%, which is on the screws for the when issued yield of 5.122%. The bid to cover at 2.55, 2.55. So the US here sold $16 billion worth and awarded 1.67% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 9.39%, direct 22.94%, and indirect 67.67%.
Yeah, it's not the most glamorous work in the world, but it's honest. Taking crumbs off of whales, off the big participants. Let's see if buyers can do it here on this test at our highs now, off of that hold of our lows. I'd love to see a Russell breach as well, but I don't know, let's see what they do. Nothing's changed as of yet. Yeah, and this kind of trading isn't for everyone, right? Like some people can't handle scalping. Like they're really not great at it, and that's fine. But like if you have an understanding of the, again, it's the why, right? It's the where and the why, and then it's accepting clear targets, right? It's the not looking for more, but willing to, you know, have a runner just in case, right? If we get the follow through, but understanding where we should be looking to take profit and accepting that this is a rotation between two participants. This isn't a breakout. This isn't anything else. This is just a very clear balanced rotation that we are trading the edges of, and we are accepting as, you know, these larger participants are getting their fills, right? We are just taking the scraps. And then we make our big money on the runners once we get the breakouts. And some people, it's not for them, right? Like they don't want to trade this much. That's totally fine, right? But these same principles that I'm talking about here can be applied on every time frame, like we were talking about earlier. Nothing's changed, right? Nothing changes. The structure's the same. You can take the same thing but put it on a daily profile. It's the same trade, but it's going to require a lot more risk, right? Because you're going to be in that trade for a lot longer, and that's risk. You have money in the market that is risk. So it's just like understand that if you're, you know, on a higher time frame, expect your trade to take a bit longer to play out, right? And that's something that you have to be comfortable with. You have to be comfortable with not having the perfect entry if you're, you know, trading larger structure. It just doesn't happen. Not nearly as much. But if you're on a smaller one, right, we have very clear edges, very clear zones, very clear invalidations. Our edges, our entries can be a bit more accurate because our areas of failure are so much smaller, right? They're so much more concise. So we know
Some more
when we're
color
right
from a
very
separate
quickly,
source
and when
now,
we're
as
wrong very
OpenAI
quickly.
is aiming for an IPO as early as September.
But it requires you to...
Did have Wall Street Journal earlier saying that it could be, or at least the listings or applications for an IPO could be as soon as Friday.
It requires
But
you to
again,
have
the
some
IPO
willpower,
itself
right?
looking to be as early as September.
To be willing to take profits and to understand and believe in compounding, and that this does have edge, and that it's okay to have losses, and, you know, we're going to make up for it, and overall you're going to be making money. If you can accept that, right? If you can trade the system, right, the system will work for you. If you ignore the system when things go bad, right, no system's going to work. if you shut down and go full monkey, you know, when things get a little rough. You gotta be able to just trade the rotation. Okay. I don't know. It's like a huge, like when I first started experiencing this idea of like scalping between buyers and sellers on smaller time frames with options. Mario and I would be doing this with just like a VWAP deviation, where we were scalping contracts, 0 DTE contracts that were highly liquid, and just watching like where these participants with a volume profile on an options contract, not the chart for the options contract, like for the stock that the options for, but the actual contract. So you could put a volume profile on it. You can see where people are buying and selling, and it's like very clear where people are scalping these contracts on the higher time frame, right? Like a high frequency, they're just like scalping these back and forth, and it's like, oh, like, whoa, wait, we can make money, right? 20-30% here or there, just buying VWAP and selling into this seller that's very clearly on our profile where this node is, over and over and over again, right? Because the auction doesn't change. It doesn't matter what you're trading, right? It's the same thing that we're doing in futures right now, but there's just participants who are willing to buy at a price, and there are participants who are willing to sell at a price, right? It's an auction. But that was the first experience that Mario and I had of this, being like, oh shit, like, wait, we can just like take 20-30%, you know, and just scalp these. And then it was like, wait, why are we doing this with options when we could be trading futures? And it's the same principle where there's no We don't have to worry about people who don't have 20K in their account, right? You have PDT and now you're staying in losing trades for no reason. It's like, no, just trade the structure, play the structure, make your money, get out, right? It's the same thing as like taking 20% profits on an option. Like you just made 20%. Like, what are you doing? Not taking some off. What, it's 1,000 points, 1,000% or nothing? Okay. You do you, bud. Your goals and your targets need to align with need to align with each other. And when greed gets out of hand and you start to find that gains are unacceptable unless it's $1 billion, that's when things you've lost the plot. But when you have a working strategy that has real edge to it and you see it play out on a daily basis, it's like, why wouldn't I take profit? I know that this works. I know that I can make money off of it, right? Like, what am I doing? Not. Why am I going to let this go red when I know that I have a system that will work for me if all I have to do is follow it? It's like, oh, shit. Wait. This doesn't have to be as hard as I thought. And I'm like, again, I'm not telling you to take every rotation, right? But like when things make sense to you and we're trading within structure that is being very clearly respected, and we have very tight risk, and there's very clear, positive reward, right? Like that these areas are far and few. And so when we have, trading areas where you can be trading 4 points of risk on ES for 10 points of profit, that's good, like that's real. It's the same thing on NQ, right? If we can find an area where we have a known buyer, right, at this 32 to 20 that we're trading right now, and we're rotating up into our known seller into 70, right? Like that's 40 to 50 points. With that's 2 to 1, almost 3 to 1 risk to reward. Like that's crazy in this little ass range. And we've done that rotation now 3 times and maybe a 4th right now, right? Like it's not going to work forever. It's not going to have a 100% win rate, but it will work. You will have a positive expectancy trading it. And if you close out and let it play, right, and you let it stop you out, you'll still have made money at the end of it, right? Maybe you have a loss at the last contract, right? The last one doesn't work. You've tried it for 5 rotations and it's played out over and over and over again. Why is the one time it doesn't work going to make you go red? That doesn't make sense, right? If you're playing the same contract size and you're taking the same profits over and over again, and your risk to reward was already 2 to 1, right? How did you go red on your final one? Well, it's because you doubled, tripled, quadrupled down because you're no longer following your plan. You're just being greedy, right? You're no longer following the system within which we were playing around. See it way too often. It's like, oh, well, it worked 5 times before. I might as well quadruple down. PDT is no more margin requirement only now. Yeah, we'll see how that works.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says seeking to establish with Oman and in coordination with specialized international bodies.
I have not tested it yet, but if it's if it's by broker, if it's up to the broker to tell you what's safe and what's not, and they'll close your position or liquidate you, that's a bit terrifying. And I'm wondering how that works with like spreads. That's a full rotation again, up to our highs. Same trade. No change. It's just a rotation.
So seeing here, Iran foreign ministry spokesperson says Iran ready to develop protocols for safe shipping traffic in cooperation with other coastal states.
But yeah, no, I'd be a bit interested to see how they handle margin requirements with multi-leg options spreads, and what they consider that as risk, And if you could have like multiple multi-leg plays up at the same time, and if closing one, I don't know, I just have to like really see how like they're interpreting it, because I feel like it leaves a lot open to the broker to decide what is considered like adequate risk or leverage. I don't know. Yeah, they're uncuffing it, but I don't know. We'll see. I think it'll be good for those that trade a system and are willing to trade within that system, and it'll be really bad because it'll be, think about like you have a bad day on a prop and you blow up, right? There's no, at least with PDT, like you were forced to fucking stop trading, right? Like you had a bad day, you can't blow up your account in one day. You're forced to stop. You can't trade more. Just like on like Top Step or Tradeify, you can lock yourself out, right? If you have a lockout limit, like that's really good. That's necessary for most people, because you will have a bad day and then it's just all gone because you're chasing now. So I think it'll be great for people who already have edge, and it'll be awful for those that have no self-control. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I don't know, but hopefully like you can, I like having like talks like this when we're doing stuff like this, because I think it becomes very obvious, like it's all about like honing expectations and then just like being willing to allow things to play and watching them play in real time, and like, right, like at what point, right, like we just got multiple opportunities to trade that range that I posted, and now we have a potential breakout here because we took out highs, and now we have follow through for a larger trend move potential. So let's see what we can do here up into these highs now that we wicked above. But if we hold this POC shift as supportive, this could be huge. And we can see we have POCs at our lows. We're a small grind trend, but bids are stacking. So all we're trying to do, right? What are we trying to do right now? We are trying to find acceptance back into this upper balance, right? On both ES and on NQ. We have two very distinct ranges that we've developed. These highs, right? And these lows. We are trying to get back in. What we can see is that buyers are desperately trying to raise or push the order book up, right? Desperately trying to take in size at these lows. And what we're trying to do is get enough to squeeze these sellers to pop us, to rotate us back through this value. If they continue to fail here, and we've established that we can't get back in, even with all this size, it's going to be brutal, man. It's going to be absolutely brutal, right? If we can't get above this POC here, this 300, this 280 to 320 area, and actually start to maintain, right? If this can't shift and then pop like this is gonna suck, because there's so many participants who are trying here. Well, we'll see what we can do. Where it's the same thing on ES. We're desperately trying to make this our low and find acceptance back into this garbage that we were trading earlier. And they're trying. You can see that POC is now shifting to this mid. This is where buyers are trying, and this is where our seller is located now. And we're watching to see if they can hold this, and if we can get over and then flip it, or if we're rotating down and then, you know, trapping. There's a huge participant that was transacting at 320 earlier. And it's the same thing on ES, right? It's the same range. We're trading into, right? We identified this is our buyer. Oops. This is our buyer, and this is our seller, right? What are we doing right now? We took out that high. This is a good way to establish. Whenever I see like a wicking in this, I'm like, oh, okay, well, buyers are now going to try to go for continuation now that we've taken them out. That's usually what I'm looking for, is if we can take it and make a new high, like, let's look for that higher low, see if we can flip this, and then if we can, right, we'll look for that rotation back up into these upper distributions that we traded earlier, the news candle. Well, we'll see what we do here, but it's just the same range like on NQ, where we identified the lows, we identified the highs, we identified the lows, we identified the highs. Oops, that's the wrong level. And now let's see if we can build, or if we rotate off of a failure at our highs. Right, can we bid here? Can we hold and rotate up? Or does this absorb, fail, and then rotate down? Same as before. Do you like me drawing on top like this with a different tool so it's outside of Tradeify, or do you not like that? I personally like it quite a bit more, but I don't know how you guys feel, because then it gives me more control. I'm a big fan of that, so I can have drawings off, I can turn things on if I need to. It shows up on top of everything. There's no like weird interactions. I don't know, but I was just wondering the general consensus. We just want them to continue to try to take in sides as we push into 260, 270. If they can do that, then we can head up. If they fail and we start to sweep below 260s, I think we do a full rotation back down. That'd be my guess with how we're currently moving on DOM. Yeah, I started to use it because the drawing tools in Tradeify are so bad. So if I can just use it on both, then it's nice. So then I have a nice, everything maintains the same look no matter what program I'm in. 60 to 70 still holding on NQ, just testing POC to value of our previous candle, like we were talking about. Need to see quite a bit start to happen. If we start to stagnate here and that's all we get, and we can't get over 80s, I don't know, man. Just kind of peter out again, you know. Good hold so far though at our POC. See if we can get this pop, or if this offer holds and we rotate back through our range. They're really trying to offer 280, push us below 60s. So slow. I get so scared when we're moving at this speed, and that there's just gonna be some dumbass headline. Like, that's my biggest fear. Beautiful bid so far, but good push over 80s off of our hold of our 60s on NQ. Pushing into our wick highs now at 300, 310. Great first target on NQ. Secondaries we'll be looking for just to push up into POC 324 to 350. ES falling pathing, pushing up. Let's see what we can do here. Really great hold off our 260, 270. There's so much liquidity up at 320 that I don't know what's going to happen there. But 320 seems very obvious that that's where we want to go. I can be a snoozer. I just needed to go to PT. You know what I'm saying, man? They took in so much size there on the way up. Bro, by the time OpenAI IPOs, there's gonna be no original employees left. Everyone just keeps leaving.
So seeing from Israel's Channel 12 news here. So Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu had a tough conversation about Iran, where Trump announced a letter of intent to end the war and open negotiations with Tehran. Netanyahu expressed skepticism and asked to continue to apply military pressure on the Iranian regime. Qatar and Arab countries are promoting a draft compromise that would prevent the resumption of the war. According to an American source in this article, Israel's PM Netanyahu's speculations were on fire after this conversation with Trump.
I'm so excited for that. That world was so nice. It's so pretty. Imagine having like a battle, like Cyberpunk. Like there's like a gang on the side. In London, you're just like battling it out.
We've posted the article from N12 News on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, man. Could be cool. Sorry, that's probably loud. You want to see the coolest haircut I've ever seen on a general in an army, Surf? This guy's rocking it. How do you feel about that Estonian general? Someone said he was cosplaying the barbarian from Clash of Clans. So stupid. This is our 320 target, boys. Let's see if we can flip this or if this is all we get. This is ES also into target following pathing. Now that we've done the full balance rotation and breakout. See how we interact as we push into this high. This is where we had that offside liquidity. This is why we were targeting it right here. See how we interact as we push into 45 to 48. Get the little squeezeth, or is this it? Unsure. I would assume that 360 is next target if 320 doesn't stop us at all. Let me just go like 360, 380, retest highs, but man, wouldn't it be nice for some speed? Holy. Slow-mo market. But at least, you know, hopefully that all made sense. Like, we talked through the rotation. We talked about where the buyers were, the sellers were, what to look for, what we would do on the breach of highs, right? Understanding range trade. It's just like, it is what it is, right? Like, sometimes you don't get the exact speed you want, but like structurally, like our levels were very good, right? It was just a very clear profile trade, very clear shift, and then, you know, bid at our highs and rotation out of balance, right? No look back in, just a hold and pop. Some things just don't need to be very technical. It's just a very mechanical setup. Just like, don't overthink it. Lord. This, like, actually is so slow. Holy. Bro, what is this ad on Twitter? Would you ever? I mean, maybe you would. I don't know. Who is this for? Who needs filament soap? Why am I getting this ad? What is this? The heck? I can't believe Thomas Macy lost. It like blows my mind that there are that many boomers that are out of touch, bro. Oh my god. Insane. Look at the demographics for the breakdown of this election. It's actually insane. Like, boomers ruin everything. I can't. He won everyone up to 55. And then all these old people who only watch Fox and have no clue what's going on. Yeah, it's insane. Like, if you can't drive a car and then you're in a home, like, I don't know if you should have the right to vote. I don't know. That might be a hot take, but like, if you can't function, I don't know, man. The senior home has to drive you to the voting booth. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? Lordy. Wait, GameStop bought more eBay. They now own 6.5%. I just don't understand how it doesn't make any sense. But like when I was looking earlier, like the breakdown of how they own shares is that they had it in notional. It was via options and shares. So then they had like 2% actual ownership, and then the rest was in options. So did they actually like buy those shares? Well, it's weird because they have like most of their exposure to eBay is through derivative markets. It's through options. It's not actual shares. So like they're basically betting. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, it feels like they're positioning to try to pump their stock. And then like if shareholders like the idea enough, they can always buy the shares, right, from the derivatives. But they are doing it in a way where they don't have ownership stake or any sort of like actual like regulatory pressure, right? Because they don't actually have the shares yet. So there's nothing there. It's like this like pseudo ownership where they're like hinting at it, but they don't actually have any like real downside yet, right? Or like any sort of like implications for voting. Like it's very weird. They're buying strikes like from 84 to 115. Wasn't the GameStop guy on CNBC who couldn't answer the question? Yeah, that was the CEO, Ryan Cohen. But like they don't have the money to even do 50-50. They would need their stock to like triple for that to even be viable. I didn't realize like how big eBay is now. Like it's a gigantic company compared to GameStop. I don't know. Patrick had a great video on GameStop, like a really great video. If you're interested, he breaks the whole thing down. Patrick's videos are great. He's such a good guy. But yeah, I don't know. They just bought more is what I'm getting at. So at some point, they're either going to, you know, convert those. I wonder what like the actual like exposure is. I mean, it's probably not that much. Because if it's like 90% in options, right? Like that could just be a couple million. Yeah, 7 mil. Like that's nothing.
It's been 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We see the release of the FOMC meeting minutes. This is for the April meeting.
Oh, and Patrick brings up an insane point that the only way that they get to that half stock, half share valuation is if they dilute, which first of all they can't dilute the amount of shares that they would need. They literally cannot. It's not allowed. They would have to dilute their shares so much that by the time that GameStop basically, quote unquote, owned eBay, that eBay shareholders would have more voting power than GameStop shareholders because of how diluted the shares would be on GME going into it. So they would basically be handing over GME to eBay for free with no voting power because of how diluted the shares would be after the merger. But I mean, he brings up a really good point in that video that if GME wasn't looking to close 500 stores this year, that it would actually be a really great investment for eBay to have a foothold into real stores in America for authentication of items that they're going to sell online. Like, it could be great because they have so many storefronts across the country. But the problem is that, again, like, GME is closing 500 locations this year. So it's like kind of a bad narrative. I don't know. It's weird. This 38 reoffer on ES might be playable for a full rotation down. Watching as we come back down into...
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the FOMC meeting minutes for the April meeting.
We hit target on both ES and on NQ and have kind of just faded slowly after that. Feels like we're just kind of waiting on this FOMC news, to be honest. Yeah. Not a lot here. See if we get back in for this range rotation down, or if we fail to look back in and then pop back above 39s for continuation back up. Just the same as before. Just watching this edge. NQ is at a pretty important level here as well. Just watching this 80 basically. For me, as long as 80 to 60 is trying to bid, this feels okay. Right? As long as like we're trying to bid here, that feels okay. But the first signs of weakness on NQ will be that loss of that 80 for sure. Just watching our reversion zone edge for that idea. Where's the... I can go. I'm just watching our edge here in our 280. Remember, FOMC minutes will be coming out, and maybe that gives us the volatility we need. I don't know. One can hope. If not, all we're doing is trapping above after retesting our seller, and then we'll do our rotation down with trapped liquidity, you know? So pretty important.
One minute remaining till we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
$40 until new 15s. Holding where we need to so far, but no real pop yet. Again, just waiting on news. We would need to show interest over 310s on NQ for this to really matter from our 280. Offer sitting at that 310 now.
Ten seconds.
News in 10 seconds.
So in the FOMC meeting minutes, many preferred removing the easing bias from the statements, and the majority saw that a hike is likely warranted if inflation persists. So the minutes show that many policymakers would have preferred to remove the easing bias from the statement, and the majority of participants said that some policy firming would likely become appropriate if inflation were to continue running persistently above 2%. Participants generally judged continued elevated inflation and uncertainty over the Middle East, which could necessitate keeping the current policy stance for longer than previously anticipated. A fewer number of participants judged that it would be appropriate to lower the Fed funds rate on clear indications that disinflation is back on track. Almost all participants supported maintaining the Fed funds rate range at that meeting. Participants generally observed the Middle East conflict could have significant implications for the balance of risks and the appropriate policy path. Several participants indicated that rate cuts would be warranted later this year in a scenario in which conflict was resolved soon and inflation pressures dissipated. Some participants were concerned about a scenario in which elevated energy prices and tariffs could result in inflation pressures becoming embedded more broadly. And Fed staff economic outlook projections was slightly stronger than the March meeting.
Got a good bounce at our POC, testing into our pivot now. Is this liquidity above going to be able to maintain offsides after we went for this little liquidity here? Was that enough to get us over and show excitement for new highs? Or is this going to hold here at our 38.42, absorb, and then rotate us down? Same thing on NQ.
We have posted the FOMC meeting minutes on the feed for those interested.
We need to see a very clear flip of this for us to look down, like we talked about. Offer still trying to take in size here into this 310, 320. But it was a good wick low, to be honest. Good liquidity there. Let's see if we get followed through at our highs. If that liquidity wick that we got off of the news into POC can't get us over this, back it up. How much are they going to take in here, man? Got 1,000 contracts on NQ so far.
In 5 minutes time now at 10 minutes past, we're expecting comments from ECB's Sleespen.
Sleespen? Holy. I don't know, boys. This is taking way too long. It's 310 bid has to play. They got to do it. Yes, POC is trying to shift up here at our pivot, at our 38s, into this liquidity that we marked out, where they were absorbing. It's insane how it's just a wall. Like, can you like either step out of the way or send us down instead of just getting filled and then doing nothing? I don't know, I'm really trying to hold this, my last contract here, but it's taking a lot. back below 38s here on ES. With the shift of our POC, it might be interesting. I don't know, man. It might be a time to head out kind of deal, and then just let this play. This guy at 310, 320 is interesting.
Iran's President Pezeshkian says Iran has consistently honoured its commitments and explored every avenue to avert war. All paths remain open from our side. Iran's president says forcing Iran to surrender through coercion is nothing but an illusion.
This bid here at 10s on the recovery has to be clear. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. If it doesn't bid here, I don't know. Might as well just leave. Either it stops me out or
So that was Iran's
squeezes,
President
you know?
Pezeshkian commenting on X.
But this this 10 to 20 is crazy. Where like POC is shifting on the daily to this 310. Like that's crazy. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to hold the runner. It would have been nice to go to 60s for the 100-point trade, but we'll be all right. There's just no desire to do anything. All right, I'm gonna leave. I think that makes sense. I mean, there's just literally no interest above this. Someone is just getting filled and filled and filled. So what am I going to do here? Other than just either chill in my position and get filled as well, or play the opposite direction. Yeah, you as well, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. It sucks because like everything is doing what I want it to do. It's just so slow. Feels a bit bad. Yeah, don't be in a position into aftermarket. Remember what happened to me when I tried to be in a position on NVIDIA. Always remember. Always remember. You'll put one on for me, brother. All right, man. Good luck. You could either, maybe it's a good time to try to pass a bunch of shit evals, you know? You can trade them until 5? When is ER? 4? It's half in one direction, half in the other. Surely you pass one of them. Surely. Don't brother. Hey, if it's eval money, I don't do whatever you gotta do. Just don't trade like that once it's actually in an account. Play the game. That's what these guys at the Tradeify Cup are doing right now. Is they have multiple accounts and they hedge in opposite directions.
Iran's Tasnim says the US has sent
the,
a new text to
Cup.
Iran.
It's the same thing on NinjaTrader as well. Whenever something's free or really cheap, the strategy is always to hedge, right? Where you can have multiple accounts where you're playing with house money. That's how these guys come into the top like 1,000, top 100 on like the NinjaTrader Cup, the Tradeify Cup that's going on right now. They just make multiple accounts and trade in opposite directions to hedge, and then whenever they, plays, they go with it. It feels real bad because
Tasnim citing a source close to the negotiation team.
You'll be trading like 3 micros, and then these guys are just like manipulating the competition. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, well.
And Tasnim further says that Iran is receiving the text and has not yet responded. Excuse me. So Tasnim saying Iran is reviewing the text and has not yet responded.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you just buy a bunch of them, or you just make a bunch of emails with it. Back to our 280, 260. Beta's still there. Very clearly liquidity there. Off of our rotation 310 offer into 260. It's the same trade over and over again. This guy at 320s is just forever there. I mean, when he steps out of the way, it's going to feel great. Get a lot of movement. But until then, you've got a buyer 260, 280. Seller 320, 310. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, hopefully we get some sort of shake up here with that news. But ES is pretty locked in as well. I think if you are shorting that absorption to 320, 310, this has to be your first target with the wicking that we saw here. You can look for them to take out that wick low off the news maybe at 275s, but be very careful if we don't get follow through below that, because they're just going to go for your liquidity. That's my guess. We'll see what they do. But I'm guessing that they're going to go for this guy here and this guy here. But we're still holding where we need right now. No, I mean you're not. That's designed to be miserable to trade. You are liquidity, right? That's their job, is to build out this node at the highs, punish both sides looking for more, and then use that liquidity to push the direction. It's just miserable. I can't believe I went through my entire music playlist today. That's remarkable. That's how I know I overstayed. I just know as soon as I leave, there's going to be like a huge move, right? It's just one of those days. Sit here for 2 hours and chop, be miserable, leave, and then volatility. But hey, it is what it is. It'll do without me. A biggest move in recorded history. Holy shit. Watch here reoffer into 10 to 20 for more bounce at 280. It's the same trade, same rotation, same everything. It's a great risk off if you're trading this balance. If not, right, you need to see a very clear flip of these highs. New 15's opening now. This is your POC shift at 310s. Another full rotation.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $98.26 a barrel, down $5.89 or 5.66%. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at around $3.48 a gallon. So far, every attempt that we have filled above this 20 and then offers step down on 10s, we've done full rotations down. So keep that in mind for a similar play if it's going to happen. If not, right, we'll need to see some very clear trading from buyers above to show that we want to sustain this pivot as supportive if we are going to actually flip event, you know. But until then, you're just going to look at it as a area where we look above, fail, and then offer steps down below this 10 to 20, and then that becomes your risk for that rotation back down to our bid. Let's see what they do. RTY is still holding exactly where we wanted. No change. ES still just rotating our two pivots that we designated. No change. Needs to get over 48s for anything real.
All right, I'm gonna at least go get lunch started and just leave my stop where it is. I'm not gonna trade this rotation anymore. I've already taken this trade 7 times, and I just have this one runner left. Stop at 259, average 75s, no change. But if this just absorbs here again, then you just get another rotation. I'm gonna just mute and get lunch started and see if we breach out of this or not. If not, come back and like, yeah, come back tomorrow. You know what I mean? It'll be one of those days. But there's very clearly someone taking in size here, right? And we have to respect that until they step out of the way. I'm just going to put everything on auto. Wow, I go...
The information reporting that the US government framework asks AI labs to share models up to 90 days before release. So Trump could sign an executive order establishing the framework as early as Thursday, according to the information. So the White House briefed Anthropic, OpenAI, and other firms on the voluntary pre-release model review plan on Tuesday. So we have posted the article by the information on the feed for those interested.